Hello, everyone, and welcome to our continuation of OpenTTD. As we continue, let's get the bowler hat for today. Fabulous. As we continue our run of OpenTTD, the 300-year challenge. The last time we looked at our file, which was last week, we are not doing so well on the profit margin. So today we are going to be focusing on that. We've been having a lot of issues with industry shutting down. So what we are going to do is try to focus more on passenger routes and other things that will not shut down. For example, I can see one just here that would be probably quite a nice one. Rinpool Heights to Clyde Valley. It's a nice diagonal, so should net us some hefty money, which is what we want and what we're not doing so well for. We got 3 million, but we should have a lot more than that. We should have a lot more than that, says the experts. So first thing we're going to do is unpause the game and get going. So let's blow that away. Blow that away. In the words of Demolition Man. And the next thing we need is to escape the city boundaries first. So we're a bit tight on those. We'll have to do a couple of bridges. Sneeze. Because we can't do crossings over that type of road. They're a peculiar type of road, and for some reason you can't do crossings over them. So one of the AIs is having troubles already. Good start. Some of them really can't handle the weirdness of starting this early. They just bum out straight away. But they'll stabilize. They'll have a bit of a disadvantage because they won't be a company that's 300 years old by the time we get to. Well, actually, no, I think it'll be probably 50 years now. Because I'm pretty sure that the. I'll do that. Get myself a drink in a second. A dry throat. Probably will. anyone who was here last week will be like, "But Hawk, you said that using diagonal things purposely like this is an exploit." That's true. And you know what? For today, I don't care. Because I didn't go to school with Bertie Wooster, so, I can't be pulling the, but Bertie, we were at school together. Because I wasn't at school with Bertie Wooster, and he's a fictional character. So, no, I'm not pulling that. It sounds like a mirror has entered the chat.
As how you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
No,
I'm just waiting on the mattress to be delivered.
no Tombury Tuesday.
No, Ollie's not feeling up to it today, so I'm letting it. So that's fine. I've actually got to clear. I actually had to clear the bed, and I'm going through. Liz wants to swap over the drawers from the spare room and the bedroom we're in. So
Okay.
well,
It's a day
that's
with a
empty, and
Y
we
in
found.
it, so Wally doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. Shit tons of DVDs, mainly all the seasons of South Park so far, and for some reason Lord of the Rings was in there. Why
Nice.
not?
Hmm.
Got all my consoles out and realised, my God, my Dreamcast is way too yellow.
Yeah.
Bunch of GameCube controllers that I'm pretty sure are broken. So, I mean, they're not official ones; they're third-party ones. So, respect.
Uh, GameCube controllers is difficult to tell from like without powering them up because they
Mm.
unless the sticks are like wobbly as all frack, it's like they probably still work or work well enough.
Well, they're those really fucking weird ones that are just shaped in such a way that they're like, oh God, this is not comfortable.
Oh, those ones, yes, yes. I've
Yeah,
encountered a few peculiar ones.
yeah. I mean, now you could pick one up for like £6 from CEX, still like an official one for £6, but still.
Yeah.
So Liz is still on Stardew. It's actually she's been awake constant, like actually at reasonable times every morning. Yeah, I
Oh,
know. She's opened her own farm. She started her own farm thing, so she's got one for Nicole, one for herself. She's figured stuff out all by herself, so proud. Also, thought I'd continue the Pokemon DLC. And why does every character just irk me?
oh, which ones? The.
No, there's a DLC exclusive character where there's this little girl. It's just the way she speaks. She constantly says, "Oh yes, I need to find that fine Pokemon, my mama." Or it's always my mighty mama or my dear mama, and it's like, "Who is your mom?" And then she says who it is. I'm like,
Mama.
"Your mom's a..." No, it's when you find out who she actually is in the Pokemon game universe. Like, I don't know. I hate the fact that there isn't an option to tell her your mother is a pussy. Like, she's was the weakest trainer until Sword and Shield came out. Well, until Scarlet and Violet came out. My mother's the Pokemon champion. Your mother was the Pokemon champion until anyone understood she only uses fairy types. So just smack her with steel constantly.
Yeah, but that's the same with a lot
But
of the the thingy ones. They all
Yeah,
were.
but the thing is, most of the champions though have a diverse thing that requires you use. Unless you're training your Pokemon a certain way, you probably need to switch out every so often. To me, a bad champion is one where you don't even need to switch out and you can one shot every Pokemon each time.
Yeah, thinking about it, it wasn't really the champions that did that. It
Yeah, the
was
Elite
the
Four,
Elite
the Elite
Four
Four,
did that.
yeah, the Elite Four and the gyms all do that whole thing where they have a theme. It's one of the things I've gone against, and like some Elite Four members do diversify it enough, or they Pokemon that are technically within the element, but they alter themselves. They have something to deal with it. Like a water type trainer will probably have a water Pokemon that happens to be immune to electric. Like Seismitoad.
I can't say I've ever noticed that, but
Or Seismitoad. Some of them do have things like. Okay, I've got like Bruno, for example, is like the worst Elite Four member easily, just because all he has is rock Pokemon or fighting Pokemon, and they're very easily dealt with.
although then again, the only Elite Four I actually know very well is the original, and they were
Well,
terrible.
Bruno is one of the original Elite Four.
Yeah, but they were all terrible. They were all
Yeah, well,
singular.
I don't know. Well, again, I say
Lance was just like all ice or
yeah.
all
To be
dragon.
fair,
Like
Lori,
Agatha,
Lori's
all psychic.
well,
Bruno,
they're all ghost
all
Pokemon.
psychic.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't the fact they
Lori
were
is
ghosts. It was poison.
yeah.
It was
Also,
always the poison.
Lori's the best one out of all of them.
Mm,
Well, at the time, Lapras was actually kind of a good Pokemon at the time.
um, I don't know about that, but I never found it very good.
Well, yeah, the original Elite Four aren't really that challenging. Fair enough, and to be fair, I love whenever they do a ranking and they're bringing up all the champions or the Elite Four and stuff. When they get to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, they just completely ignore the champion. Like,
Yeah,
wasn't there someone else on this list? No, don't think so. Right, let's move on. All they did that made it different to Red and Blue was that this guy actually like adopts the Cubone that was in Lavender Town. That's about it.
but you never mind.
Yeah, I know.
You can't do
Well,
that.
yeah, I know you can't do that in the regular game, but in Eevee and Pikachu, they do the whole. Oh well, you give you deal with the Marowak, the spirit of the Marowak and whatnot, but then the guy just adopts the Cubone who lost its mother.
Mm.
But no, the DLC's just been pretty much take down rogue Mega Pokemon, although they've introduced a new type of Mega Pokemon, which is the Z kind, and there's only 3 of them. And also making donuts.
Yeah, I saw that in the trailer. I just thought,
Yeah,
oh,
basically you have to collect hyperspace berries to make donuts, and every time you beat a rogue Mega Pokemon in the story, you get a new kind of butter that the little girl then uses along with Hooper, to make new donuts that have new effects and more power, because you can only stay in each hyperspace area based on the amount of calories the donut has. So the higher the calories, the longer you stay. The problem you have there is while you're in these hyperspace things, it gives you so you'll have a bunch of wild Pokemon. It'll be things like 3 Pokemon. Use the catch window, which I had to look up on online what that even meant, and that's just when you knock them out and they're around for like a few seconds, so they're a little easier to catch. Smash floating Pokeballs, or catch a certain amount of Pokemon undetected. Yeah, so far it's just a character who was in X and Y, who's turned up and is apparently the heir to the Mega Evolution. So she's just traveling around the world looking for new Mega Evolution.
Yeah, I just got to the stage where the um the I can't think of his name. The only other male member of the MZ team reveals their
Oh,
massive
what
fandom.
what the black guy who looks like he's constantly got a scowl on his face all the time.
Yeah, especially now with the whole like I'm a massive fan of this streamer.
Oh, I warned you about that. Yeah, the guy who gets upset if they even miss out one letter of her name.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh God, that means you're close to the neckbeard thing.
because I was like, oh my goodness, he's like the biggest fanboy. Oh,
Yeah, but he's the worst kind of fanboy because somehow he's worse than the neckbeards in some ways because his entire thing is that this streamer is too pure for the world and no one should have the right to see her and be in her presence. So he only
yes,
helps you because
yes,
he doesn't want other fans getting closer because they don't deserve it. Even he doesn't feel he deserves to be near her. It's one of those like she's some kind of like precious piece of alabaster snow that they cannot be touched and unsullied.
because he's even like, oh no, you can't possibly battle her.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Like, what? What do you mean we can't battle her? Because no one can go near her. She
Yeah.
is like a princess. He's like one step away from being a stalker or
The thing is,
kidnapping her.
the thing is again, I'm further in the story, so I've run into her. I've already battled her. She's an electric user, so you know exactly how to deal with her.
Uh, mm,
A good earthquake deals with her shit.
oh, we have trains.
Oh, fucking finally! It took weeks, but we have
We have the
trains.
puffing Billy.
Puffing.
Oh my god, we have a train at last.
Oh yeah,
It can
I was
go.
meaning to ask you before.
It can go at an amazing speed of 20 miles an hour.
I mean, you
Freaking
got to start somewhere.
lightning fast. A puffing Billy. Is it a tractor? It's a tractor. Effectively, 20 miles an hour, 15 brake horsepower. Oh, he's still my heart. I still need like six
Yeah.
of them to run a train, but that's amazing.
Awesome. Oh yeah.
I've been
Liz
playing this
asked
for
me to.
I've been playing this for 40 hours, and I've only just got a train. I'm allowed to be a little excited now.
I know. Anyway, if I can get my point thing, Liz asked me to ask you any
Hmm?
dietary things she needs to be aware of.
No.
Okay, just making sure because she's actually looking forward to doing some cooking again. So any requests, it might be best to ask beforehand because she said she might do a shop. She's planning to do a shop before you come up.
I can't think of anything offhand.
Well, no, you've
Um,
got time. You've got time. I've given her the dates. We've had a whole thing where we've told Margie and stuff. Yeah, you can't come up at this point because we've got guests coming up. So
Okay. The Adventures of Puffing Billy. Look at that! It's got steam and everything. It's still a tractor, but
So yeah, I was watching the aftermath of WrestleMania yesterday. Interesting takes from people. Basically, apparently, after we finished watching, Obafemi basically made the challenge to Roman Reigns.
nice.
Roman then claimed that Oba's had a good night, but he hasn't done. But you know what he's done tonight, Roman's done multiple times. Brought to me in the summer. My response was, Oba's
Really?
just kind of squashed a guy in 5 minutes and done what you couldn't do in 5 years. There's also people online saying that they really shouldn't push Obafemi at this point and they need to stick him in the mid card and have him, you know, work his way up before facing Roman, because otherwise if he beats Roman, then he's got no one to face him for the next few months and he'll get stale and people will turn on him.
Well, I think the biggest
I
surprise
respond.
I had during the after thing was the fact that according to a few commentators, fans are eager for Roman to be. Um, they've been looking forward to this.
They've been looking. Yeah, I mean, I've seen all the memes of him riding a motorcycle going, see you in 4 months, losers. And then fucking off. Apparently, he's going to stay during the summer, and his next feud, according to Raw last night, CM Punk has moved on to Cody Rhodes. Or he's hinted that he's going after Cody Rhodes. Cody is back, and he does look pretty bad. He's still got that nasty shiner.
Mm.
Roman reunited with the Usos, and then Jacob Fatu came out and pretty much challenged Roman, and then Roman went, you know, I took on the burden of being the world champion and everything, and we'll talk next Monday as to whether or not you are, you know, ready to take on the burden yourself. Like, oh, great. This means Jacob's going to lose to Roman at Backlash. Though, funnily enough, Roman didn't, you know, his response to the beating Punk actually was a little humbler than I was expecting.
Mm.
He went on Twitter and said, I hate you, still hate you, but we made no one can take away from the fact that last night we made magic.
Mm.
Like, okay, that's humble for Roman. The fact he's going to be working with his family again is, you know, annoying. Oba turned up on Raw just to, you know, declare he's there, pretty much. Punk came out to pretty much say, you know, Cody isn't the loser, you know. I mean, I should feel like a loser because I lost last night, but, you know, he looks at Cody's belt and goes, you never know when there's going to be another title opportunity.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, again, it's the Raw after, so there wasn't really much of anything else. There wasn't really much of anything else other than the usual aftermath, but the general response people gave was that there was too many adverts,
Yeah.
way too much of, you know, there was very little wrestling, and a lot of what was happening was just setting up stuff. It wasn't the ending that it's supposed to be for Raw.
Mm. WrestleMania did some quite funny jokes about it.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I watched Stephen.
why do they keep interrupting our Hulk Hogan
Yeah,
documentary with this WrestleMania stuff?
yeah, I did. What I did see, Stephen Richards was on there. Was talking about saying, "I would like some wrestling with my advert, with my commercials, please." Also, oh yeah, Rhea Ripley and Io Sky have gone their separate ways, not in a heel turn kind of turning on each other way. More, look, I'm doing this now, so we've got to break up Riho.
Yeah, they did that ages ago.
Yeah, well, they're doing it again now.
Mm.
Dominic Mysterio attacked Finn Balor again. Braun Breaker to just beat up Seth Rollins. The only real return that happened was the Street Profits came back. I don't think anyone really cares. They haven't talked about Brock Lesnar at all. Oh yeah, Ethan Page turned up from NXT. That was about it. Obafemi, your ruler has arrived. Yes.
It's like a lot of people have said it's just going to be the same old freaking Roman Reigns crap. You know,
Because
he'll turn up
that
occasionally.
he'll turn up, cut the same promo about how amazing he is, defending people acknowledge him, which again, I could make so many jokes from the boys about the insecurity that phrase just entails.
Mm.
Why would I acknowledge you? Where would the praise even go? To the empty pit of insecurity he calls a soul? Then when he continues his promo, then why are you still here? Begging for my approval like I'm your daddy. And even if I was, what is there to approve? But there's something concerning that guy who constantly cries for 5 years, acknowledge me! It's the words of a bratty toddler.
Well, yeah. Kind of thought that was the whole idea.
Oh no, his entire thing is I'm standing on the graves of my family, using that as a whole, look at me, I'm better than you. Because,
Really?
my family died. His whole gimmick is, my family's like a wrestling family. We were born into this. It's like, your family produces more stinkers than anything else, but yes, there's a lot of you because you have like 6 or 7 kids each. One of them's bound to, make it.
Mm.
Now, the more equivalent of that thing when Peter Griffin was giving advice to drug addicts. So what I would suggest is you have as many kids as you can, because then it has a chance that one of those kids is going to make it to Hollywood. And who's paying for your meth? Hollywood kids.
Hollywood.
Oh, that's it. On eBay, I've just
Hmm.
got suggested the Ghost of Starscream. Yeah, there's literally a Beast Wars figure that is just Starscream, but with translucent plastic.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, also we're getting Studio Series Red Alert, by the way. Thought you might get some amusement out of that. I don't know whether he'll come with the stuff that makes him insane.
Probably not.
No, but still. I just hope they give him a new head mold where it looks like he's screaming.
Hmm. He's after my
No!
job.
It's the movie, so I think really when it came to the '86 movie, he was only in storyboard stuff where he was killed by the Constructicons. Come for my screen time!
Replacing the horses.
Good, now we just need to make ginormous mechs. That's maybe a couple of 100 years away.
As I said, we've only just got horses. Well, no, we've just
I
got
know, I know,
tractors.
I know. I know, it's going to take a
Patience,
while, but
patience.
look, it's okay. We don't have the Dark Age yet, so, we have chance to develop faster.
I mean, these engines
Like
aren't
how I'm.
aren't much better than horses, and they take up more space. They only go 5 miles an
Well,
hour faster.
well, yeah, but you've got to make a bit of progress. Every generation will make some improvement.
Mm.
Like how in Fantasy World, I'm pretty sure the magic starts off kind of shit,
Mm.
and then gets better when oh look, my healing magic, only just cures a bit of bleeding before it goes, ooh, I've suddenly regrown a limb. Then they have the Dark Ages of the Buttmancers who summoned, astral butts to smother people or something. And only after they've matured a bit do they make actual good magic like Fireball. It's progress, is my point.
Well, yeah,
You'll
it's
get,
like the history of
you'll get,
medicine. A lot of people
you'll
sniffing
eventually get.
glue.
Well, look, what I'm saying is, yes, your trains only go a little bit better now, take up more space, but soon you'll have faster trains that get delayed for reasons.
And get replaced by buses.
Yeah.
Okay, so that seems to be working okay. Air pollution is taking a massive downturn.
I don't want to say that, once as far if you keep going down, the only way to go is up. But
These trains definitely not the most reliable.
Hmm.
The sooner it made it out of the station, it broke down.
For fuck's sake.
Would explain why the hallowed name of the Puffing Billy, yeah, it doesn't sort of turn up much. But it's progress.
Oh. Oh, my friend's having a meltdown on over Pokemon Sword and Shield. They're trying
Why?
to catch the Garland version of Articuno.
Oh, okay.
It's not going well. They've spent 30 Ultra Balls and it killed itself.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's gone, motherfucker, over 30 balls and it takes itself out. Ran the fucker down again and shoved a Master Ball up its ass. Stupid fucking bird.
That's about right.
It is because, okay, so what makes Galan Articuno a nightmare is because out of all three of the new versions of Legendary Bird, each one has a different gimmick for catching it, like
Mm.
encountering it first. They'll split to different parts of the map. One will go to the Isle of Armor and it goes on a set path, so you've just got to wait for it to like lap the island and then catch it, then catch it, and then battle it. Zapdos pulls a whole Roadrunner, so you've got to chase it around the wild area on the main game area map until it gets tired, and then you can catch it. Articuno flies off to a random area in the Crown Tundra, and then when you run into it, it makes clones of itself, and if you try and attack the clone that isn't real, it flies off somewhere else. And if it's in a place with with too much snow and there's a blizzard, it'll be taken out by the hail. Yeah, I've just messaged her to go. I messaged telling her about it. Going, oh yeah, Articuno is the most BS one. Shit pissed me off so bad. At least I can save scum the dumb little minigame.
That explains it.
Do you think it'd be faster if we tied Ollie to the train and just like had him pull?
Are you trying to get me to be rude about Ollie again?
No, no, no. We're not worried. I'm not worried about Ollie, and you shouldn't be either.
Well, no, I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying, it just sounded like.
No, no,
Are
no,
you trying to get me to tell Ollie off again?
no, 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 no. No,
Yeah.
he's had his whippings, quite literally, metaphorically, but yes. He worked very hard to watch WrestleMania. It was a slog. I can't deny that. The ads do take a lot out of you.
A lot of it was just the, well, the sheer number of
I
adverts
know.
for that documentary.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like, why is there WrestleMania in the middle of my Hogan documentary?
And some of the people were like, "Oh, I'm so sick and tired of hearing about like that one particular story about his type. Like, if I have to hear this story again about his damn tights, I'm gonna go
to
mad.
be fair, to be fair,
I'm
I
gonna be
kept
hearing that
interrupting
in
it.
my dreams."
To be fair, I kept interrupting that very same moment to talk about the one time he gave Brutus Beefcake
Yeah.
head. It could be worse. I mean, they're not doing the packet. They're not doing these. That's the thing we didn't talk about. For the Rhea Ripley match, did you notice that there was someone else on commentary at the commentary table, and that he
Yeah,
never spoke once?
yeah, he didn't say a
Okay,
damn thing.
okay. So what he is he's a crypto guy who owns some kind of business as well. He's like a millionaire, and he basically bought a ticket that entitled him to sit at ringside for one match. That's who he was, because there was like a video online from a few of the usual wrestling commentators going, "Who the fuck was that guy?" and then having to explain to people he's just a guy who paid for a really expensive seat. That's it.
So
Because they
he
announced
couldn't.
him way back.
So he didn't actually
Yeah,
get to say anything. It was just he was there.
the WWE. Okay, since TKO took over, they have been doing these weird patches when it comes to WrestleMania. Like last year, they had to cancel one because people actually read the fine print. It was meant to be like a Hulkamania suite thing where they sold it as, oh, you'll get to hang out with Hulk Hogan and whatnot. You'll get some memorabilia that is, doesn't really have any real value, but they'll say it has for like
Hmm.
$40,000. But what they didn't understand is that Hogan would like pop his head in and say hi or something. He'd maybe sign an autograph, do a photo, and then he'd leave.
Hmm.
They were going to do a thing this year with Cody Rhodes that they had to cancel it because of like what Randy did to him,
Hmm.
where he was going to like you'd be on his bus on like a tour bus, and he'd talk, you'd get to talk with him and like chat wrestling with him and whatnot. I'm sure he'd just talk about his vodka and stuff, or whatever. But yeah, there's usually caveats to these things. But yeah, they've got people who are like willing to pay stupid money. Because one of the fan access things you could do is you get like a room, and you'd get your 2 nights at WrestleMania, and you get like the fan access thing where you get to walk down a ramp and like get it filmed of you like entering, walking to the ring and stuff to theme music and everything.
Well, it sounds cool. As I say, I can't
It does. It's just
deny.
the amount of money, because they were talking about, Steven Richards was talking about when he went to said fan access, do they like have the matches anymore at the thing? Because that's what they used to do for like the people who weren't on the card at WrestleMania, is they'd have like some matches for the people who come to fan access. They don't really do that anymore. They've even cut down the amount of house shows they do, which Stevie says is confusing, because sometimes there's those people that need like to not work in front of a camera, but learn to like work a particular style and get some practice in.
I think some of the other reviews I heard, there was some people saying it was like the worst
I'd say
WrestleMania
overall,
ever.
I've seen people saying overall it was the worst one, because it was a lot of matches that could have just been on Raw or SmackDown, or were just matches you would have on Raw or SmackDown. Others saying the main events were good, but ultimately, funny enough, Pat McAfee has spoken since the whole thing, and yeah, that really pisses on everything he spent weeks doing. Going, got to give it to Cody. Maybe the business doesn't need saving. I mean, Randy is everything I said he is, but Cody is clearly, good enough. Wow, you did a whole 180. It's almost like you weren't meant to be there in the first place.
Sellout piece of shit being a sellout piece of shit. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, again, Stevie Richards again. I've been saying that a lot. I've been watching his thing, but he's been saying like the problem they have with these celebrities that keep coming in is that nobody outside of a small group in America even knows who they are. He's like that guy who came out with Trick Williams. He got upset because people are kind of feeling like he's stealing the limelight, and he did the whole, well, I've been watching wrestling for years. How do you know I'm not entitled? I haven't earned the right to be out there. It's like, there are people who are watching who are older than you and have been watching since before you were born. Did they get more of a right? And no one's been saying this about him either. Like, no one is actually saying shit to him. It's just a lot of the matches were very throwaway. Like, again, the experience, like, I'll be honest, I was more amused by the commentary we were doing than anything else. But that's always the case, because it's always fun when all three of us get together to watch these things and just have a bit of fun at the expense of the product. But I can't really say for the show I remember that much. The women's matches were all forgettable, which is depressing. Like, Paige coming back is the only thing I remember, other than the fact that Lash Legends and Nia Jax, who I forgot were even champions, did a tribute and no one reacted. And I don't think that's a slight on Smash. I think it's a slight on the fact that no one gives a shit about, about Nia Jax and Lash Legend.
Yeah.
No one really cares about them, so why bother? The
Well,
Intercontinental title match,
we only ever take the piss out of them.
well, Nia specifically, yeah.
Yes.
The Intercontinental title match was a cool idea, if not for the fact that they gave like 3 of the guys a jobber entrance, so that kind of took away from it, though blame the ads for that. The matches were really short as well, like maybe 5 to 7 minutes in some cases.
Mm.
The Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre match it was a lot of nothing.
Mm.
Like, it still annoys me that I was meant to be like an unsanctioned fight, and it just felt like a regular hardcore match.
Well, it didn't even feel like that. It was.
Well, it was a regular boring match like you'd have on television, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's a safe match. Like, it doesn't feel like these people want to kill each other. This is a brutal match. Because again, both main events had more blood than the fucking the unsanctioned match.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, you want your main event to look good and to like be the thing you focus on, but you got to add a bit of flavor to the other matches.
Yeah, it doesn't mean everything else has to be bland.
Yeah, like, oh, we can't use blood anymore. No, we gotta save that for the main event.
Trying to think if there was any other. Well, there was really any other highlights. Just.
Really, what apart from the Danhausen thing, which was it was everything it needed to be.
Yeah.
Like, the Danhausen thing is just all it needed to be. That's fine. The Miz doing his thing, like, I get the Miz's character now is that he's a joke. He is a joke. That's all he said. He is the first boss for anyone who comes up from NXT. Like, he's the guy you destroy to get up, and then you just leave him behind in the dust, and yet he acts as if because he's been there a long time, he's now a locker room leader.
Mm.
But no one takes him seriously, and no one ever will. Really. The Hall of Fame class thing was just a slap in the face, so that was a nothing. That was just a complete nothing burger. Night 2 was definitely better in terms of the wrestling in the I will still say the storytelling in the main event was great, although it does paint the picture that he's too old now. Like CM Punk's just too old to do this because he's gassed too much to finish. The Gunther Seth match never made sense when it started because it only really happened because Braun Breaker was injured, so we weren't really going to get much out of it.
Mm.
Only for him to turn up anyway and then murder him anyway. The tag match on night 1 at the beginning was very. Well, this could have been on the pre-show because nothing matters.
Mm. I think that was a lot of the problem we were having with the whole lot of the show. It was all stuff that probably would have been better somewhere else.
Yeah, again, that's why I say it would have been better on a thing like Raw or SmackDown, where it's like a show that because the WrestleMania is meant to be like the big show where feuds end, or it's the culmination of what you've built up to for a year. And to be honest, no one gave a shit about the Vision. No one's ever given a shit about the Vision. And the fact that they were tag team champions and they didn't even defend the belts, just for the sake of a YouTube celebrity who I've again never fucking heard of.
I was going to say
Was kind of.
do we need to
It
cue
kind of.
my joke about you need to talk to Pete?
Yeah. Yeah, there was none of that. Oh yeah, none of that really mattered. The Jacob Drew match just felt underwhelming.
Mm. Well, it was like we said at the time, he freaking comes out with a
And the
sword,
other
but it just we end up with this.
yeah, and the other tag team champions didn't even turn up.
Mm.
So yeah. And, it's worse now that for the main event was the whole Cody Rhodes Randy thing. They didn't even explain, like going into it, didn't even explain what the fuck was going on. They did the right thing in getting rid of Jelly Roll and Pat McAfee. The match was okay, but again, Cody winning, right choice. But the way it ends with Randy legitimately injuring him,
Yeah, that was like
that's
a
what
massive
that's
fuck
what you're
up.
gonna remember from the. That's the thing. It's also there was also some clumsiness in the thing, like, oh, he gets poked in the eye, and the first thing he does is RKO the one person behind him. Like, Cody, he can't possibly believe Cody somehow ran behind him in less than a second.
Mm.
So that made no sense. And him RKOing Pat, you'd think he'd explain. But you know, the injury to Cody, just wow.
Do you know what it does? It makes it seem like he's just a clumsy asshole.
I mean, he is. People were making the comments afterwards that it's funny that he gave Kofi Kingston legitimate shit for botching a move once, so and screamed stupid at him in the middle of things while losing his temper. Saying they're surprised no one's done the same thing to Randy here. And then again, some people are saying it would have been better if Randy had they'd given someone else to Randy as a manager, like Malachi Black, or even just say the voices in his head. Like literally, it's just the voices in his head. Ah, good, good.
Hmm?
Mattress will be delivered by. I've just got a thing from Amazon saying, out for delivery. The mattress will be arriving between 3 and 6.
Oh, cool.
Hmm.
Yeah, I had fun yesterday explaining Danhausen
Oh God. Who?
to Ash because I was like, "Oh, my Danhausen shirt's turned up." I was like, "Who?" Um,
Oh God. How the
that might
fuck do
take
you
a
even
moment to
explain?
explain.
Yeah, yeah. Danhausen was just an indie wrestler who has this ridiculously over-the-top gimmick that he lived. And by the way, he has trademarked his face paint and everything, so
Awesome.
that is all his. It's hard to explain because he acts so inconsistent and ridiculous, but it works in the in the way that they use him. Like they're not having him win matches and bury talent. He's just
Mm.
like doing segment and just doing bizarre shit.
And you can see Cena loved it. Like Cena
Oh,
clearly was loving it.
oh yeah, he loves he loves these silly things. It's kind of like, okay, a good example. I know you don't watch that frequently. Is R-Truth. Now,
I know the
R
name.
yeah, oh yeah, R-Truth's a gimmick originally. He came into WWE as K-Quick. Then he left and he went to TNA for a bit. He was Ron the Truth Killings. Then he just like debuted in WWE again. He's in his 50s, which is you wouldn't believe by looking at him. He had a few good face and heel runs, but then he had like this weird thing where he just bizarre, like he lives in his own made-up world. Like at one point, he had like an invisible friend called Little Jimmy. All he remembers the one time he turned up when he was a heel and he dressed up a Confederate soldier and came to the ring with like the saber and the Robert E. Lee outfit, claiming he was seceding from the WWE. But he'll like say weird things like he thinks he's in the Judgment Day. So like the thing is like one of the things he did for a while was that he was like would team up with the Judgment Day or be around and think he was a member or something, and he would misunderstand Dominic's name, so he'd think there were two people, Dom and Nick. Or he'd see, you remember the DIY guys that you didn't like, the dad guys. He thought they were Shawn Michaels and Triple H at one point. Like he's that delusional and that messed up in the head that he doesn't know what year it is. Or when he'd say that John Cena was his childhood hero, even though again Ron Killings was wrestling before John even debuted. And then would come in as his long lost brother Ron Cena.
What?
Yeah, he would do all kinds of weird things. And the thing is, Brock Lesnar, who, keep in mind, on television, was like this stoic fucking, murder beast. He would like crack laughing at the shit that he would do, and he would actually request to do bits with Ron Killings just because of how ridiculous he would be. Hell, when WWE did fire him, there was such a mass protest within WWE that they had to hire him back. But he was better for like segments as a face or a heel, because if you said Jimmy or Little near him when he was a heel, he'd get angry at you. Because he kept saying there was a conspiracy to keep him down. So I think one thing Ollie would keep laughing at was that Jimmy Hart would go, "You gotta think big, not little." And he goes, "Yeah, you're right. Gotta think big, not little, Jimmy. Little Jimmy. You gotta get." But he keeps saying there's like some kind of conspiracy on him and everything, and then when he's just face, it's no one the heels don't want to bother with him because he just does bizarre shit. It's similar to when Eric Young in TNA would do that whole really weird bizarre thing, like where he'd like bring a mannequin to the ring and treat it as his tag team partner. Yeah, so it's just that Danhausen fills out that role in that he's just clearly in his own reality. But it's so funny, no one wants, the faces aren't going to call him out on it because he's harmless enough and it's just funny. And the heels just find him annoying because they do the whole, "Oh, you're making a mockery of the business," and then they'll get like, as we saw at the WrestleMania, where he gets, dick punched. Like he's just a ridiculous human being with his own lexicon as well. That's the thing, like the Plimphausen. Yes, it is Hockhausen.
Well, like I said yesterday, when the shirt ride, it's a route to the Hockhausen.
Yes, till a few weeks' time when you get on the Trainhausen and come up to Scotthausen.
The Murrahausen.
Yeah, the Murrahausen. Yes, I swear. Also, he doesn't like swearing. That's the thing he hasn't done in WWE yet, where he'll just like sort of go, no swearing. Also, he would refer to CM Punk as Pepsi Phil. Like he has like his own names for everybody else. Like Ollie pointed out a thing just before he debuted. Funnily enough, Ollie sent me a thing where he went to a convention where JBL and Farouk were. He's like, my favorite tag team, Jubner and Ron Simons. Always pounding ass society. Yes. No, I need some human dollars.
Some human money.
Again, like when he got booed badly at Elimination Chamber, and then the next day he just turns up on Raw like, since Danhausen made his successful as his thunderous applause, I want the Hall of Fame. I want one of those pictures of my hand being shaken by Triple H. I mean, he's made other demands as well. He still wants a thing he's already got. Like, he wants his face on the side of the trucks, which he's kind of already got.
And he's got Blimphausen. So.
Yeah, he's got the blimp. Yeah, because he wanted that, and he got his blimp. He's gotten everything he wants. He still thinks he's in the Hall of Fame as well. He thinks he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. The thing is, though, with a character like that, you've got to keep him away from things like, don't put him in a serious feud with anything like Roman Reigns or anything.
You
put a title on him.
Yeah.
What he should do, here's what I would do with him. Now, feel free to tell me if you think this is ridiculous. Have him resurrect an old title belt, like the European title or something, and never have him defend it. Have him delusional in thinking that he's won it because no one will challenge him. But in reality, is that no one wants to
No
because
one
it's not an
wants
official
it.
title. No, it's more that it's not an official title and it's not really in circulation. It's just a thing he has. Like, it'll be one of those things where he makes a demand that he wants a title belt that isn't around anymore. They just give it to him, and he'll like come out occasionally and like challenge and like wait for his opponent that doesn't exist, and he'll win by forfeit.
Yeah, because no one turns up.
Yeah, and then he'll just call himself the undefeated or the great, like, since Danhausen has been the greatest European champion in history, like just the European title, or even better, a thing where he gets like one of the old Intercontinental title belts or the old United States title,
Mm.
and he claims to be defending it and stuff, and that starts irking off whoever's the current champion. It's got to be a heel, obviously, but because
I
the
mean,
only way you give him that is
they'd never do this. But imagine if he was, this would be like, okay, I have to pause my game for this one because this would be like a massive piss take if they did this. Like if you were gonna go like balls deep with like what title you go for, there is one, the WCW
well,
title.
I was gonna suggest the WCW title belt.
Like really stick it to Bischoff.
Well,
Like
either that
Danhausen comes out
or
and goes like, I am now WCW World Heavyweight Champion.
oh no, even better. You know what you could do to make an even deeper cut? Have him claim he's defending it, and he keeps inflating his record. That he's
Yes,
going to beat Goldberg's record.
I won it on Monday Night Raw. I won it.
Monday Night Hausen.
Monday
Oh God.
Nighthausen.
Or even better, here's a storyline that could do it. It could only work for like a week or two.
Mm.
What you do is that you have Adam Pearce or someone else, injured. Like they've pissed off a heel and that heel takes them out for a bit. And then Danhausen becomes the guest GM. Because what they have established is that his curses work in the WWE universe. They actually do things. So that's the thing. But you think, why doesn't anyone just take him out the way they took out Adam Pearce? Yeah, because Adam Pearce has got the whole, I'm a former wrestler and I'm retired. I don't wrestle anymore. I'm not really up for it. Danhausen has the whole, I just curse you. And the curse works. Because it'll be something like someone threatens him and he curses someone like, Jacob Far. Just an example, he curses Jacob Fatu. And then later on in his match, Jacob Fatu slips on the top rope or something when he's trying to do his moonsault. And and he tries to pull a hole. No, that was an accident and everything. It's not a curse. And then eventually it just becomes okay, this is a curse. And pissing off Danhausen's probably going to make it worse. Because then you get ridiculous things like he sets up stupid matches on Raw and SmackDown. Because the thing is, Raw and SmackDown can afford to be silly. Like he will like request that like matches that can't happen, or they'll and then whoever's advising will be like, I don't think we can get Andre the Giant tonight. So we're gonna have to pick someone else who's here. They'll have to give him like a little badly made list, and he'll like have them wrestle for belts that aren't there, or for pay-per-views that aren't happening, or announce a pay-per-view that's not going to happen, like Hausen. Like a Danhausen themed pay-per-view.
Bash at the Beach Hausen.
Bash at the Beach Hausen.
No,
God!
no, that's not an event. That's not something that can happen.
It's not only that; it's that you could really push more things to take the piss out of Bischoff, like have him form his own version of the NWO, like little midget versions of himself, and just as the NW Hausen, the New World Hausen.
Yeah, the New World Hausen.
Yeah, like it'd only be like a weekly thing, but it'd be fucking hilarious for him to just. And then you'd have people be like, in secret, be like, look, I don't want, this is getting ridiculous. I can't do anything about it. because
I don't want to.
his
I don't
curse
want
is
to get.
illegal.
Yeah, I don't want to get cursed.
Yeah.
Do you really want to try and stop him? I don't want to get cursed. I got a livelihood to think about.
Oh yeah, because they have. I don't care what anyone says. At this point in time, WWE have made their money back. That is not debatable at this point. They have made their money back from him.
Mm.
So they can afford to do stupid things like the blimp and his T-shirts and things, even though he hasn't really wrestled at any point.
Mm.
I've just seen a meme saying booked by TKO and it shows night 1, booked by WWE night 2. Oh, and Kenny Omega comments on Jade Cargill using his finisher. When I see moves I do done elsewhere, I only take it as a compliment. If somehow I inspired people to use them, I can only be grateful. Besides, seeing the one-winged angel on the WrestleMania ring was actually kind of neat, right? It's all good with me. God. You won, Picard. We are returning Commander Riker. Really? His consciousness has poisoned the collective. I am Erectus of Borg. That is not your designation. I am not calling you that. Oh god, oh yeah, Maven is very unhappy with the entrances at WrestleMania.
Mm.
He's saying how apparently AJ Lee's entrance, if he, I didn't notice this until I saw the video again. But the kids were, but one of the kids just ran back because they had stage fright.
Oh, was that the one we were taking? That I was taking the piss out of, going like, "Oh, one of them's making a run for it," because one of them at the back suddenly just shoots off. I was like,
Yeah,
one of them's making a break for it.
yeah, yeah, that was it. And just saying, how also Liv Morgan's entrance being longer than his match, longer than a
Yeah,
match.
yeah, that was a yeah. As like we were saying at the time, it just seemed there was a lot of very weird decisions they seemed to make. A lot of it just seemed rather questionable.
Well, again, I will admit that the first day, the first night felt like there was one WrestleMania match, which was again the Cody Rhodes match. The second night had more to it. Like it definitely had us talking more.
Hmm.
Like we were 100% talking about the Obafemi thing. Oh shit! Danhausen came out dressed up, wearing Roman Reigns' Ulafala. Oh, here it is. Danhausen came out during a commercial break this week and officially declared himself the new. He says he's replaced John Cena as the new GOAT of WWE, and as a 2026 Hall of Famer, he has a new list of Danhausens, including the following: Danhausen, the animated series, Danhausen cereal, Danhausen on the production. He then says if they do not give him the list of demands, then they are officially.
Officially cursed.
So he's come out in that car again, wearing John Cena's a Danhausen hat and the Ulafal around his neck. Like having him around has got to be fucking wonderful. Like it's the only thing stopping the job from being soul crushing.
Hmm.
I love how his Demandhausen sound like they came from a 9-year-old. Did
Yeah.
AEW know what they had? A gem. This guy's going to get us ice cream bars 15 years after CM Punk has promised them to us. Even if the gimmick gets old, he's rarely seen after a year in WWE. The merch profits to be made in the first week of hiring has probably paid his wages for the next decade. Oh god, Spaceballs, the Danhausen, the Spaceball.
Oh,
I gotta say, Dan Cenahausen is playing the game correctly. Human monies, merchandising, Cursehausen's dude is on point. I'd watch Animationhausen.
yeah, so would I.
Yeah. So would I.
I know.
I'm in my late 30s and I'd watch it.
I'm in my 40s. I'd still watch it. It would be like a spiritual successor to the Mask
No, do you
series,
know? Yeah,
to
no, you
like
know what
the
they need?
the the,
In
the
the
actual like the animated series of The Mask.
Yeah. Oh God, he is. Oh my God, he is just the man, but in wrestling form, without all of the gimmicky shit. But yeah, he would be the animated series. Though, if they do make a serial, there has to be two things. There better be marshmallows, and there better be a free gift in there.
Yes.
I'm waiting for Danhausen aspirin, Danhausen disinfectant wipes, and Danhausen laundry detergents.
He needs to bring back the vitamins. He needs to bring back the chewable vitamins.
They could. They could do this. The thing is, can you imagine the advert? Just they've got like an old-fashioned grainy like laundry advert. Oh,
Yeah.
stains. Ah,
Laundryhausen.
Laundryhausen. Yes. Green light everything. Make it like Spaceballs. Danhausen the breakfast cereal. Danhausen the lunchbox. Danhausen the talking doll. He's forgotten Danhausen the flamethrower.
Yes.
He's wearing the red pepper necklace. Oh God, that'd be a feud. R-Truth versus Danhausen. I will give him a few human dollars to get cursed. You can't see Hausen. You can't see me, Hausen.
It's like last night. It was like I kept trying to explain to Ashton, like, I'm not even sure if the smoke bomb thing was supposed to work or if it was like a flub. Like, I
No, you
really
see,
don't know if it was one thing
no,
or the other, because it could be either.
yeah, the thing is, someone did. Funny enough, a guy who me and Ollie follow called Adam Blompier. He's basically a guy who one of the things he does is he does how I would book.
Mm.
And he did a thing of how to book WrestleMania. And his plan actually was not that far off. You see, what he was planning to do was night one, have John Cena come out and do his announcement thing, have Danhausen come out, and then ask that he wants to be the co-host of WrestleMania. And when John Cena
Yeah.
tells him it's out of his depth, it's out of his thing, he can't really do it today. It's not really his decision to make. He curses John Cena.
Yeah.
WrestleMania is then filled with bits afterwards where John Cena is having bad luck throughout night one, like coffee falls on him or something bad happens, bad stuff keeps
Mm.
happening to him, or silly things keep happening to him because of Danhausen. And then the next night, when he does the whole "you are cursed" thing, he throws down a smoke bomb. But in keeping with Danhausen's humor, the smoke goes off, but then you see him scuttling away,
Yeah.
going, "You can't see me. You can't see me. No, no, you cannot see me." While wandering off, and then the next night, John mentions he hasn't he's had coffee fall on him. He's lost his wallet. He's gone to his hotel and the bed was uncomfortable and broke. He wasn't woken up in time, so he hasn't slept well. All of his food was poorly prepared. He's sorry. If Danhausen will uncurse him, he will let him be the co-host of WrestleMania.
Yeah.
And of course, Danhausen undoes it, and then it just goes on as normal. And then this time they do a smoke bomb and it actually fucking works. So yeah, I would say that if he uses a smoke bomb and it doesn't work, the joke is that it doesn't work.
Mm.
Well, again, I can't. I'm trying to again. I've only seen him in little indie bits here and there, and even in them, he does the character is still going. Like he doesn't in a tag team match, and he when the partner wants to tag him in because she's been beaten up too much. He's just like, I don't know why she's doing this. Why is she on the floor? Why is she not standing up and doing the wrestle? He's just completely unaware of what the fuck is going on. Please don't ruin him by letting him wrestle. Hell of a 420 up here. Other people going, I can't lie, he's growing on me.
Mm.
I'd rather watch this than commercials. Look at all those Musselhausen. I'm becoming a huge fanhausen of this guy. I can get on board with him being the Goathausen. Yeah, the thing is, again, you've already said there's a precedent for making making an animated series. Like WWE loves doing those stupid fucking things with like the WWE meets the Flintstones or the Jetsons.
Mm.
Why not make a thing where he's basically just the WWE equivalent of the Mac? Where he just gets into hijinks with WWE wrestlers or like lower card jobbers who are villains.
Because then you could have the silliness with the sort of heels and stuff, but without actually upsetting the genuine heels, who would be like, you're not taking me serious. It's like,
Yeah, that's the thing. With an animated series, you can get away with it. I mean, for fuck's sake, the Big Show was a villain in like the Flint. I think in the Jetsons one. So look, it's fine to have like the people like say the Miz or because you've got people on your roster you are not going to use on the main roster at all. Or if you do, they're only going to be in squash things, and you can only do that so often. So just give them something else to do, so that they're still in the cultural zeitgeist. Because Danhausen alone is going to get people to notice them. Like they're going to be like, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen him wrestle on television for a bit, but he has been working on this." Providing his voice and stuff for this, and then it's like, okay, this person isn't on Raw every week, but part of the, thing which Netflix, I'm sure would fucking love to putting that up, a Danhausen episode every week. Like what Amazon does. I mean, hell, it could be a way you could keep John Cena still involved. Hell, you could even make an animated episode where he curses John Cena and get a few little hijinks in, and then at the end of it, you get the little resolution where, he goes to like Danhausen. And, just like what I suggested earlier.
And I think the fans would absolutely freaking lap it up.
Yeah, the fans will love it, because at this point in time, they absolutely love Danhausen.
People love a certain amount of comedic, sort of high energy.
Sometimes you've just got to look at wrestling and see the absolute silliness of it. I mean, we just bought fucking beach towels from Bash at the Beach, a pay-per-view from like the early 90s. And it's only because of a Baywatch thing. How ridiculous this gets. That's not even the most ridiculous it gets, but sometimes you've just got to look at wrestling and go, okay, we know this isn't real, but we find the absurdity and silliness of the whole thing just fucking hilarious. And it's just fun to watch. And that's really all it needs to be.
Yeah.
And Danhausen is clearly like, yeah, you're not going to take him seriously. He's not going to be doing like 30-minute Iron Man matches or putting on a wrestling clinic. He probably can if given enough time to train and stuff, because if you look at his body, he's really not built like a wrestler or anything, but he doesn't need to. He's a character. And as long as they keep him in that character and don't push him into like seriously wrestling, then he should be fine.
Yeah. There is a there is a sort of a tradition of that, of there being these sorts of characters, so it works. It's the larger than life sort of even with wrestlers who did have like talent and stuff, like trying to think of one offhand. Because I doubt. You know, it's an industry that can take itself. You know,
It can
you
take
can
itself
take it,
seriously, but the thing is,
but you don't
wrestling is a
always
variety.
have to.
It's as Mick Foley said, I've repeated multiple times. Wrestling's a variety show like a circus. If
Mm,
you're not into the tightrope walkers and the lion tamers, then there's a chance you're going to enjoy the 37 clowns coming out of a mini.
yeah. And that is kind of what Danhausen is. He's the, like you
Yeah,
said,
he's
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 the
a character you're not
37.
supposed to take serious. He's not a character you're meant to take seriously. He's meant to just be. He's just meant to be a joke, like a fun character.
Mm,
That's all he is. That's all he needs to be. And with WWE's absurd universe, it works.
mm. I mean, yeah, he's not going to appeal to some fans, but that's the same as, yeah.
I mean, again, my brother-in-law, funny enough, he fucking hated Bray Wyatt because he thought it was a goofy, silly gimmick. And like, it's just an evolution of the Undertaker's dark gimmicks. I mean, come on, Undertaker in the '90s was doing all kinds of fucked up things.
Mm. That's the thing, you're never going to appeal to everyone.
And that's fine, you don't have to.
But that's why you have a wacky, sort of diverse cast of people. Like you
Hmm.
said, if they don't like the trapeze artists, maybe they'll like the clowns. You've got to give
Oh,
people that option. Otherwise, you'll never win them as an audience. You've got to, you put stuff out there that they might like. for me to go to that.
All right.
Posthausen. Let me go something else.
Okay. Someone's mocking the whole Andre the Giant and Hogan slam thing being inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Sorry.
Someone's commenting on the whole Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan spectacle being a moment to be inducted into the Hall of Fame with a complete trophy of Andre being slammed by Hogan. And they say, let's take a look at this. Critical look at what will follow in the future. Stone Cold being hit with a car. I see a car with a statue figure on the hood, in the process of being run over. The debut of the Shockmaster. Who wouldn't want to see a trophy of him crashing through the wall? Huckabee knocking out Bart Gunn. The Bart Gunn part could be lying on the floor, ground, or being knocked out. David Arquette spearing Bischoff to win the WCW World Title. Also put Jeff Jarrett pinning DDP simultaneously. Goldberg kicking Bret Hart in the head. The finger poke of doom. The doink mirror spot. Vince being revealed as the greater power. Owen Hart kicking Bret Hart's leg from out from his leg. Undertaker hanging the Big Boss Man. Triple H as Kane over Katie Vick's casket.
That's the one they need. They need the finger pointers Doom as
Yeah.
a statue.
Yeah, definitely.
Just, yeah. What are these boats doing? This boat that's 104 years old.
Oh wow.
Because the gold mine shut down.
Ah.
As we know, that tends to be a thing that just happens.
Oh god, the whole I'm laughing, but it's a laugh of impatience. Show the next match. Hulk Hogan, Real American. Oh,
Not again. Damn documentary. But weirdly, on brand for Hogan.
mhm.
Yeah. Beyond the Grave, he's managed to make a WrestleMania all about him and piss everyone off at the same time. Yeah. He'd have wanted it this way. Somehow, even though he's not at WrestleMania, making WrestleMania all about him.
Oh yeah, that is Hulk Hogan's entire thing. I mean, again, look at WrestleMania 9.
which I mean you'd think wasn't even possible, given that he's not with us. So
He finds a way.
mm, it just I mean, as he would put it, it just shows the legacy of Hulkamania, brother. Even beyond the grave, Sir Hogan. I totally didn't do anything with Brutus Beefcake. That was just a chick who just happened
Totally
to be
not. That's
balding
not
and
no.
looked exactly like me.
That story is just going to keep coming back.
It wasn't anything at all, brother. It was just something else. I guess in a weird way, it's the ultimate what are you gonna do, brother moment. Like, what are you gonna do, brother, when you find Hulk Hogan sucking another man's dick in your kitchen, brother?
The fact that again his entire thing is
Like,
he just
fuck, I
it
don't
doesn't
know. I don't know.
it,
Sorry, Hulk, I
it,
don't know. You've
it,
got
it
me
just it
there.
baffles me. It just baffles me that his wife starts saying things, his ex-wife says things, and rather than again just do the normal thing, go, look, I'm
She's
famous
talking.
and everything else.
She's talking
She's just
shit, brother.
lying, and yeah, instead of just going, look, I'm going through a messy divorce. My wife is going to say certain things to ruin my reputation. It's just what happens. There's no truth to the rumor. Like any mature person, he has to throw himself in and go, wait, no. Here's what actually happened, and go into detail. Go, see, the woman that was sucking on Brutus, it was a woman that looks just like me from behind. Like, how many women do you know in Florida who have that haircut and that body build? That is very specific.
Exactly. It's like
Just take the
it's
L. That's all you really need to do is just take the L and just go, look, my wife's just being difficult. That's it.
my wife's being a bitch.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you need to say.
You you don't have to do this
Yeah, you don't. You made it worse for yourself.
because people have messy divorces. That's a thing. You don't have to
Yeah, it's
like
what. It,
um.
look, that's what happens. Most of the time, when the relationship breaks up, they're going to try and ruin each other's relationships because they can't sit down to see each other happy. So there will be like lot of sour grapes thrown out. So
Yeah,
it's easy to just say, look, it's easy to say about Hulk Hogan. Well, there's so many rumors about it. It's easy to make something up. And again, she was married to him for years, so it's very easy. And Hogan just takes the hard way out.
I mean, mean, there's that. I remember that video from. It was. I think it was Red Letter Media. I can't remember what movie it was, or it was like there was like a messy divorce, and it was like, and there's just amazing clip where there's like the guy says to his daughter like, "Your mother's a bitch." It just says it in this very straight, like almost Victorian, like, "Your mother's a bitch," and he's
I've seen the. I'm just thinking of the what call it the thing when Peter takes Chris out to see to have you heard of Wasp or his scout thing and he just finds a posh family like this ham is quite dry. So I can't bake a ham, but what I can cook is some civility at the table. And then he just looks at his daughter and goes, "Did you know your mother's a whore?"
yeah, it's that sort of like, mm, oh, those new trains are making a hell of a lot of money. That first mail train's making 23,000. Freaking hell! The move over to trains over horses is definitely making a difference. Have to continue the switch over to the Puffin Billy. Okay. Make sure I didn't do one mistake. Make sure it's set to call. Okay, so this is the next route that's going to be turned over to steam trains.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just slowly retiring the horses, sending them to the depots.
Oh, oh shit! Argos is selling a WrestleFest arcade machine. I'm not going to drop 700 quid on it, but still.
Interesting, but yeah, a bit.
Oh, they've also got a Time Crisis machine.
Okay, what the ham sandwich is going on there? Okay, project. Okay. Hmm. So I say with the recent sudden addiction of other people to playing Stardew, you're going to be are we going to be up for even playing Stardew later?
Yes, yes, we are. Look, just because Liz started playing it and everything, as adorable as it is, that she's
I'm
trying,
just joking.
doesn't mean I know we don't, doesn't mean I know I'm kind of exaggerating as well. I was going to say just because she gets to enjoy it doesn't mean we don't get to. I mean, we don't what other people play video games that we don't play ourselves. We're not cucks.
I have been tempted to actually start playing Mass Effect
Oh God, if you do, I will
because
so join you for that.
I've only ever played 2 and 3. I've
I'll
never
be
played
honest,
Mass Effect 1.
two is the best one. One is
Oh yeah,
definitely made. One is
3's awful.
definitely one. Three is awful because, and I said this during our me and Ollie stream. Well, I say me and Liz streaming and Ollie watching. Is that most of the team that had written the story got fired after the second game.
Mm.
So the ending that they had planned never got implemented. So a brand new team got in and they had to make up a new ending because the thing they never explained is why the Reapers were doing what they were doing.
Mm.
The second game has a thing when you go to recruit Tali. It's mentioned that something to do with black energy, well, with black hole energy or something. I can't remember what exactly it is, but the thing they were going for was apparently the Reapers were wiping out civilizations when they started doing too much damage to the universe through their technology. It was like a culling to try and keep the universe going,
Mm.
or at least that was the plan. Was that this particular energy is making suns grow too fast or whatever, so they were purging it. Then Mass Effect 3 had a bunch of DLC that, by the way, was essential to the plot. The Leviathans and the Prothean DLC. One DLC is literally one of the last of the ancient race that came before all the other races in this universe, who was there for the first invasion, well, one of the first invasions of the Reapers. And the second DLC has creatures that created them, that gives a better explanation as to who and what the Reapers are. And the Reapers' reasons for doing what they're doing is literally just a binary code thing. And you've got 3 endings depending on what you want to choose and what colour you like. See, that was the problem as well. It was that it was meant to treat it that all your decisions throughout the first 3 games ultimately mattered,
Mm.
and they didn't. Because the first game only has one real major choice. Because you can still fuck up the game so bad and get most of your people killed.
Mm.
But you've got to choose. You've got to choose. It's called the Vermeer mission for a lot of people. There are 2 people who are in your party who are humans, and they come with you for that one mission. And you've got to choose which one stays behind and activates the bomb and dies with the planet.
Yeah.
And all that really does is alter what happens in later games, whether that character's around. And to be honest, I always keep Ashley alive because, well, Hayden is boring. Hayden's boring and doesn't really have a personality, and Ashley's a space racist.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as I was aware, the only thing about Ashley was she just became an annoying space racist.
Well, no, in the first game, she's an annoying space racist. She doesn't like those aliens, because the whole point in Mass Effect that you're given is humans are kind of new to this whole being part of a galactic alliance thing. They're the
Mm.
youngest race to be added. And because of that, some of the other races feel that humans are still too immature to be part of the more important decision making, and some of the others are like, huh, those aliens look down on us. Ugh. But then you have actual space racists like Cerberus, and Ashley fucking hates them because she's more like, no, I just want human beings to be able to look after themselves and not have to rely on aliens. I don't outright hate them. They try and twist that, and as games go on later, like she makes a guest appearance in the second game, and in the third game she's actually capable of rejoining your party, though 2 has the most characters.
Mm.
I remember Ollie loving the DLC of 2 because he laughed too much at the DLC for Kasumi, where you're dealing with this really rich Australian man who collects relics and vital parts of history, probably illegally, and he's got like a big Zordon head. Where he's like he's like insulting you and stuff, and you can use the renegade option to shoot one of his valuable things, and he just screams. And Ollie liked it more for the fact that we just upset a rich socialite and destroyed his precious crap. Like, and I'll say that the first game is just very PC. It was clearly built for the PC.
Yeah.
It has been updated because the original version did not have the ability to choose your gender. You were male no matter what. Mass Effect 2 let you have the second
Femshep.
what they have. Oh yeah, Femshep.
Yeah.
Well, Femshep, or as Nilla called it, Remshep, because funny enough, Nilla's first character was Shepherd. Well, female Shepherd, so she was a renegade. She was Renshep. This was years ago. Well, in our RP, she was Renegade Shepherd, and I was kind of just the ship's cat, effectively.
Okay.
Though we both like Tali.
Oh yeah, Tali's lovely.
Also, if I remember correctly, you'd be playing the Legacy edition, the Legacy version. The Legacy version has all the DLC except for one, because for some reason EA lost the coding for one of the missions for the first game. It doesn't ultimately matter, but the DLC for the second game is just getting 2 extra recruits. Also, it depends how much of Seth Green you can handle. No, because your pilot is played by Seth Green, and he's everything you expect Seth Green to be.
Yeah.
He's sarcastic. He's a conspiracy theorist. In the first game, he's got like the most you get out of him is he's a great pilot. But he feels he needs to prove himself more, even though he's the best pilot the human race has, because he's got like brittle bone disease. So if he tries to run or anything, his bones will snap. In the second game, he's got an AI with him, and he hates it at first because it's an AI and it's controlling the ship, and he doesn't like other things controlling his ship. Then in the third game, she gets like a sexy body, so he's kind of got in a relationship with it.
Yeah, he's fine with it then, if it's Paul.
He's fine with it, but it's also because he unshackled her in the second game from the control thing, so she's got more of a personality. And it turns out she's got a dark sense of humor like he does. He's like, why are you having me unplug this? I like seeing humans on their knees. It was a joke. Then in the third game, you've got all the shit where you're like, okay, so technically speaking, she's illegal in this world because she's an AI that's capable of thinking for itself, and that's illegal. So they have to pretend she's his disability bot. Oh, and then of course there's the Shore Leave DLC, which Ollie enjoyed way too much, but I completely get it, because Liz kept me up for 6 hours getting all the results for that. It's literally just a DLC where you do one big mission, which is cartoonishly stupid, where you kill your own clone, and then you get to call back all the characters from the first 2 Mass Effect games, as well as the ones from 3, and have a party with them. So you get to have all the characters interact with each other. You get to either get them completely drunk, or just have a normal party. And Ollie just had to get all of the endings. So I left him a save file if he ever wanted to go back and do it again. Because it's all fun listening to Tali try and explain the differences between engines, or completely plastered. Oh, I prefer the SR2 over the SR1. Why? They're the same ship. They are built exactly the same. Oh, you don't understand. The engines in one go, and then in the other one they're like taka 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 taka.
The sort of thing that only an engineer really notices.
Well, that's the thing. If you'll figure out if you actually spend time talking with the characters between missions, you understand why Tali's the way she is. Like, you learn more about her species, but you understand that she's terrified of ships being quiet. Because you apologize for the whole, look, this is a human vessel. I know we don't normally have like other species on here, but I'm sorry if it's too loud. She went, no, you don't understand. I can't go anywhere quiet. My species live on a flotilla of ships. That's how we live. If the ship is quiet, that means something is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. She can't function without it. And we romanced Tali, so meeting her in 3 was hilarious because she's got no immune system. Well, they do. It's just it's very weak.
Yeah.
So it's like, so how you been since last time? And she goes through all the things like, I have had constant headaches. I've had sniffles. I've been sick for weeks. I feel stiff in the morning. My skin feels like it's crawling a lot of the time, but it was worth it. Of course, Ollie made me do all of the work to make it so that the Geth and the Quarians could live together. If you don't, well, you lose. The third game relies way too much on war resources to get the endings. And the original version required you do a lot of online gaming just to get a multiplier.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't have that anymore because they released a thing on the PS4 3 version originally called the Director's Cut Edition, which actually lowered the amount you needed to get certain endings. So you didn't need the online component, which they have removed. So there's no online multiplayer thing. I mean, you can still get a bad ending in Mass Effect if you just decide not to pick an answer. Because it's all about breaking the cycle.
Yeah.
Andromeda, on the other hand, we are not touching because Andromeda is dog shit.
Yeah, I've heard that.
The only thing we took from that is that apart from the Omega DLC, which we did not have at the time, it was the only way you could see a female Turian. And I liked Vectra. She was fun. Basically, Andromeda was set with a bunch of people had this secret thing where they were going to, in order to avoid the Reaper invasion, they were going to put themselves in cryosleep and find a new universe to populate. They end up in another universe, but it's kind of already at war with a race that basically captures people and basically turns them into their own race.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's weird. They capture people, and then they infect them with something that turns them technically into their race. And they treat it like a religious cult thing, but there's also some ancient robotic civilization. So you're trying to. You can tell how badly written it is because one of the side missions you can do literally rips off at A New Hope, where you take out a bunch of guards and then the radio goes off and it's like, what happened down there? Nothing, just a minor weapons malfunction. Everything's under control now. For you. Sending down support. Part of this conversation anyway. Yeah, so you just turn up, you've got to unite everybody, find the missing ships, rescue some people, meet the new race of people that look like weird fish people. Yeah, it didn't work out well. It went.
Interesting.
It wasn't, especially the ending, because they tried to pull the Mass Effect thing where they give you something and suggest this can help you in the final battle, and you get the choice: should I use it or should I save it for later? And you think, oh, this is going to be for like the sequel, because you don't truly beat the Ket Empire, you just beat this rogue sect of it. Because literally, the kill switch you're given for the ships is given to you by a member of the Ket Empire who doesn't really approve of what the guy's doing, saying like, look, we're going to come for you eventually anyway. You will become part of our empire, whether you want, you'll be turned into one of us, whether you want it or not. But for now, we can't have him doing his thing, so here.
Mm.
And we never got one. They even hints at the end, like, we never got the Quarians or the Hanar or any of the other races. Like, their arc went missing. And you think, oh, there's going to be DLC or there's going to be anything. They actually tried to explain it in a book, and it kind of just ended. They have announced Mass Effect 4, but the writing staff for it is questionable. The only thing we've gotten is a trailer. The only thing we've gotten from it so far is a trailer set hundreds of years in the future, where Liara from the first 3 games is, because her race kind of just live stupidly long. They're like space elves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they also have the entitlement as well, because she's like a nerd. Like the first time you meet her, she's just she's an archaeologist. She's trying to learn about the Proteans, and she's spent all this time learning things, and she's interested in you because you've got the visions. In the second game, she's an info broker. Then in the third game, she's around, still doing it, and she gets her life shattered because you meet one of them, the race that she's been looking for years. And he's a super racist. He refers to every other species as a primitive, and he talks
That sounds
down to
very
her
familiar.
completely. Yeah, he talks down to them horribly, so he's like, filthy primitives. And then you talk about other races, and like, those people are around, those frog people, they live. I believe they're more reptilian. They used to eat flies. Or, do not lecture me about the history of my people. My people were around long before your people even knew how to count without their toes.
Charming.
So yeah, there's a lot of arguing between them, because she treats their entire species as this culture that was so above everyone else. They were hyper intelligent. They were probably scientists or artists and things. It's like, no, we were all warriors. That's how our species survived for as longer than anyone else's when the Reapers turned up. We knew to kill our own. They were indoctrinated. Because that's just how we did. We were born in battlefields. We weren't artists or whatever you think we were. We were just very good with the technology we had. We were also barbaric in culture, because he admits to her, no, we just invaded other cultures and we took over. And then we made them Prothean. If they want, they joined the Prothean Empire. And what if you just forced them? No, we gave them a choice.
Join our
And
empire
they
or
could either
die.
join us or die. Yeah, that was it. I mean, he gets on with like the other warmongering races, like the Krogan, and he likes the Turians because they're basically like Roman military. Also, Garrus is terrible at social cues. Hitting on a woman in a bar in the worst way possible. Just saying that I don't come here often. I mean, if you did, I suppose you'd have to be an alcoholic. Oh, Garrus. Yeah, unfortunately, he's Lizzie's face husbando, I guess. She always romances Garrus. I always romance Tali. Because I think Liara's just done too much. It's the generic answer. And the other options are Thane, who's basically dying in the second game, so his options aren't great. Jacob cheats on you to the second game anyway, so why bother? And everyone else is just kind of, oh no, we can't make the relationship work. mean, hell, at least you'd be playing it. Then you can at least say you've got another leg up over Ollie. That you've actually played it.
I think I'd better like maybe do a few more FFs before I do that.
Oh yeah, obviously. Well, obviously, I mean, we've been doing the after years for so long. 5's going to feel like a breath of fresh air for you. You're going to be like, finally, I'm away from the Final Fantasy IV universe. Not that I hate it, it's just I've been in it for so long, I kind of need a break.
Mm.
Only then to look at only then to go, oh, there's a package from Mura. Neat, and open it. It's a mini of gold bears, and you're like, oh, you motherfucker, gold
Gold
bears.
bears. I suppose at least it's not gay.
Oh no, that's going to be in the other box.
No, it's when you send me an empty box. Well, you send me a cane box and it's empty. It's like, oh, he sent me Kane and he
He's
betrayed me at the
betrayed.
same time. Kane would approve.
Oh. Oh.
Well, you know, he did like his betrayals.
Oh, Ollie just sent me a meme. It's a WWE Final Fantasy one, funnily enough, where they've got Big E Langston, Dolph Ziggler, and AJ Lee, and then they've got the Final Fantasy VII battle stats underneath of Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett. Very good, very good. Oh god, that's horrible. Okay, this is only funny if you play 10. There's a character who hates machines, and someone's made a meme of someone going, we're looking at the character going, Daddy, I got the blood transfusion I needed. And then they pull out the machine and go, Kina is forbidden. Oh god, I was going, okay, that wacko one made me fucking.
Hmm?
I sent him the Final Fantasy X meme where it's implied that Marcus killed his kid, pulled out the life support machine because machines are forbidden by his religion. Which is an
Oh,
actual thing. He's a huge. Basically, in Final Fantasy X, you get sent to the future, and they don't use machines in the future because it's forbidden, because they believe that machines are what cause the horrible demon whale that destroys their societies to form.
oh, okay.
So yeah, he's very much so. When you actually get someone who's from the Albed tribe in your party, he's very racist about it. Like, I can't believe I've been traveling with a heathen. Yeah, that makes him cackle, but the one I sent him of Waka with in a KKK hood apparently is like, ooh no. That is what he's like. Well, my Switch hasn't been banned, so I'm going to say I got lucky with the buying a Switch game on eBay.
I was going to say, I've bought several and I've never had a problem.
It's just, again, I know it's been a problem for a while with people that Nintendo was banning people because there were people just putting their Switch games on a cartridge and then selling the game off. So Nintendo went on a whole draconian thing of just banning people's consoles.
I think that was just a thing at first to like scare people. And you might find it was actually people probably buying fakes.
Probably. It's just, again, because I picked up the Legend of Zelda: Age of Imprisonment, which you're familiar with the Dynasty Warriors game system,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well, basically that, but in the Legend of Zelda world, because I've got all three. I've now got all three of them because I've got the original Hyrule Warriors, which is just the characters from all the originals, like Majora's Mask,
Mm.
Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess. So stuff like that, and then there's the Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity, which is just the one universe, but with a load of the characters as playable characters, Dynasty Warriors style. And this one's a Zelda game where she's sent to the past and does Dynasty Warriors style stuff with characters who are all meant to be original, but they're all basically working off the template of characters from the earlier games.
Mm.
Do you know what I was going to have as, except for Link, who isn't in the game at all, but there is a thing called the Construct that is just a ancient magical machine thing that for some reason has a piece of the Master Sword in it and is acting like Link, but can also transform into like a jet. No, I'm not kidding. He'll like have an entire thing where he can run around slashing things and has an extendable arm and stuff because he's a construct held together purely by magic. But then other times when he needs to go to a new area, he can't speak. He's got a little Korok that talks for him. He turns into like a jet thing and just flies off and has like aerial battles with things. Yeah, because
Because
that's what Legend of Zelda was missing.
it's
You
because
know, dog fighting.
if he did speak, you know he'd end up talking like Starscream.
Oh, I've already seen a parody series that on YouTube where it's just that Link is an idiot and all he does is like torture Koroks. I mean, don't get me wrong, I hate the little fuckers as well.
That's annoying.
The, the Facebook features come out with an advert for Fantasy Star Online.
Well, like I said, the best one to play that on would be
GameCube
no, no,
or PC. Let me guess, PC.
yeah.
Well,
You
obviously
probably
PC,
you
but
probably would be
really,
able to play it on your Steam Deck
probably because I've got the GameCube version because I found a copy in CEX, and what am I going to do? Not pick it up?
because you can get the Blue Burst version,
Oh,
which is which has a lot of the online. You can basically play it online with
neat.
like we could actually play it online together.
neat.
Because the
I mean, if
problem
I can
with
get that working, because I
yeah,
think from a Steam Deck, I need to get myself a wireless keyboard and mouse, because you can I have seen things online on how to use the Steam Deck to do like everything else,
mm,
like get itch.io on there and get emulators on there and all that. I just need a mouse and a keyboard to really use the browser,
yeah,
which I could probably get at some point. Just at the moment, I've just been focused on just learning the basics of the Steam Deck first before I go to the advanced stuff.
mm,
Because I have seen there's also a dock thing you can get for it to it's like a Switch thing where you can just like plug in the Steam Deck, connect it up, and then connect it to your TV,
mm.
which makes it a little which is a cool idea. I really need to grab episode 3 at some point as well, because I haven't played that in years. No, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I didn't mind it as much.
Because basically, Blue Burst is um, same as Fancy Star Online, graphic wise and stuff. As I said, it just has the um, like it has its own servers, so you can actually, as I said, play it as an online game um, with select people. Um, I have to look into it after the stream.
I mean, oh yeah, I mean, I mean, again, I have not played in years. Like I played the GameCube. I did have the GameCube version originally, and then well, I lost my GameCube due to circumstances. I
Yeah.
got myself another one while I was up here, and never really appreciated it as much as I should have when I was younger.
Mm,
Because now I look at it, play the GameCube one again, I'm like, okay, it's got some, it's a bit stiff with how it works and everything, but I still love it. I love the music and stuff. I loved when you'd play Fantasy Star Universe on the PS2 and the Xbox 360, and you could go back to play. You could fight some of the old bosses or go back to locations that were very similar.
mm,
I have played Fantasy Star Online 2 on the PS5. It just lacks you know, it just
mm.
doesn't feel the same. UK government has agreed to ban people born after January 1st, 2009 from buying cigarettes. Okay.
the other thing I did mention it before. The other thing would be to make sure to um put like Mura into a they have these like name calculators for each race.
Yeah, yeah. See how it goes.
Yeah, and then basically see how it goes, and then see what letters you need to add to get the
A
tree you
better,
want.
yeah, the tree that you want for. Yeah, because if I'm a magic user, I'm not going to use much swords, am I?
Yeah, so you'd want to be probably like a pinkle.
Yeah. Speaking of, I really need to sort out my loot and stuff for Wednesday. Haven't really got
Um,
round to that yet. But sort out, because I know you said we need to pick a blue item or whatnot.
hmm,
Sorry, I was too focused on getting sorted for Sunday, and the demands. There's always some ridiculous bullshit demands every time that I do a loot thing or try to do a gift thing for people.
hmm.
Can I have a bag of holding? No.
I wouldn't
Like,
mind I'd let people have a bag of holding.
here's how it works. And I'm only going to tell you this because I'm not going to tell Ross this. I am more picky with Ross if, like, because here's the thing: Mark does not ask for anything. Mark does not try to break the game at all. He has no inclination of ruining the game.
Hmm,
Like, when he saw the adamantite axe, he thought it might be a cool thing until he read its effect, and he was reasonable.
yeah,
Which to me said that later on, that might be an item I would give him.
hmm,
Because he knows how important what the item is and what it does, and he knew he couldn't take it to break the game early on. I gave it to him later, near the end of Curse of Strahd. But like say, I've get because for the loot I haven't given anything to Lily yet. All I've done for Alison is she wanted to have her focus item crafted to a staff,
yeah,
and I thought yeah that's fine. Ross wanted the immovable rod,
yeah. I wondered
and
about that.
yeah, I'm curious as well. The thing is, I felt to myself, if I give it to him and I find he's going to do something stupid, I can find means of taking it off him when he sleeps.
That and people tend to forget that enemies can just turn it off. There's a button.
Yeah, well, there's that, and like it could
It's
be.
not a
Yeah,
weapon. It's not
I
designed to
know.
be a weapon.
Well, I've already warned him because I know because I've got what I call I call the well the trigger initiative, which is basically if you try to do something to break the game in a way that is unreasonable or stupid or ruin the game for everybody else, I have means of just having characters that exist for the sole purpose of stopping you from doing shit. Oh, you're about to do a whole thing involving bags of holding and shit. Yeah, not going to work. Like, unless you do something clever, like the whole soap and acid thing that those people did in that one D&D game. That's okay because you've used your brain and have done something smart about it, with knowledge that your characters have learned.
Mm,
But if you're trying to use an item and you're going to use it irresponsibly at the expense of everybody else, because I had to give him a big old lecture about trying to kill one of Mark's characters without even asking him. Because I don't do the my stance on PvP is it's got to be agreed upon, and you've got to have a damn good reason to do so. You know, kind of like the whole thing with Jack and Ollie with Jim and Richter.
yeah.
There's got to be a reason for why it would happen. You can't just suddenly just go, yeah, I'm going to randomly attack him. A lot of what I do with with Ross is if he does something, he's the only person I go justify it to me. You justify
Tell
what
me
you are
what your
about to do.
thinking is. Yeah.
Yeah, that is literally explain to me why you're doing it. And if he tries to pull the whole, oh, don't worry, I've got an idea. I'm like, yes, and I'd like to know what that idea is.
No, you don't have an idea. You have,
You know
you know,
exactly what you're going to do. You know exactly what you're going to do. You're just trying to keep it secret so you can pull it off. Have a laugh at your, he has gotten better with taking me aside because he apparently wants certain character. He wants to be able to fight something in this campaign. I'm like, you understand? I'm going to have to come up with a justification for it. For to have this enemy turn up at any point because he wants to fight the Bagman.
the Bagman.
Apparently, there's a thing called the Bagman
Yeah, I
where
know what the
apparently,
Bagman is.
yeah, he apparently wants to fight that.
The creature that
He also
literally
wants to fight
lives inside
the Bag
freaking
of Holding.
bags of holding. Yeah, all bags of
Yeah,
holding because it's like a.
yeah. He also wants to fight something which is like some kind of angel of vengeance thing. I'm like, you understand this thing's based around the dragon priests and Tiamat, right? There's very little reason to bring it in. Oh, but it's a creature sent by primordials and thing for justice. No, I'm like, yeah, but
They'd
I've
be
got to still find a
fighting
reason.
the. They'd be fighting the dragons, the evil
Yeah,
dragon, not you. You're good.
yeah. Well, yeah. I've tried to explain that to him as well, saying you're playing a good character. You were told this weeks ago. Oh, right, yeah, because he's playing an Aarakocra with a cracked beak. Which, which is like so far, I will say their characters have actually been pretty good. They went to Brunhilde's bar. They had a bit of an ale. They listened into Hans talking about how there's been requests sent to the village from the Sword Coast a bit more, like just telling Richter, Richter asking how he's doing because he's having to train recruits and saying that there's just so much demand at the moment, he's starting to get concerned. That was mainly just my plot hook of like them maybe questioning if they've heard anything about the Sword Coast because they're not meant to know anything that's happening at the moment. They know that there's a lot of work going at Sword Coast, but they don't know why it's gotten so busy all of a sudden. Because that's the thing, they're not meant to know about the dragon priests and stuff until they get there. Because what I've gotten so far from the book is the dragon priests just like they're known throughout Baldur's Gate and the Sword Coast,
Yeah.
and they're known to be a problem, but they've started acting weird lately because they've got a new leader and he's doing something different, and the priests are acting a bit more. Well, they're a lot more active and they're a lot more involved with a lot of stuff that's going on lately. Because their plot at the moment is that Tiamat has been whispering to their new leader, and he's been trying to get the dragon mask to resurrect her. Well, to free her from Avernus. So yeah, I was more focused on a roleplay thing for now because we didn't have Jacob, so there was a lot of stuff in the pub. There was some shopping. Since we don't really have a character for certain shops that they need,
Yeah.
I added some of my own. So Ignatius turned up for the weapon shop, which I gave him a ridiculous appearance for everyone's amusement. That they just went into a small room and there's a bell, and as they ring the bell, a little portal opens and he just comes out and just does his little game show host voice. Sells them the stuff like the magic shop was run by Testarossa, who is more focused on reading her book than doing her job. And for a bit of fun, her shop has a lot of magic books, like behind the counter, like enough to have libraries and need a ladder to get up. And she's got one of those ladders that's like connected to the bookcase.
Yeah.
The ones with the wheels on the bottom. She's got one of them but the way she moves, like when someone says like I need this, this, and this, and she's just like pushing herself around and stopping at the right to grab the right stuff, like where she knows where everything is. Thought it made like a funny visual to just have this small elf just holding on to a ladder and just kicking herself off the desk and just pushing herself all around the place to grab everything. Of course, she did trick them into just doing a job for her, to just going to visit someone for her, because she just can't be bothered. and that was to go visit someone who has connection to dragon blood, because to dragons a lot more, because the dragons in the village have been acting up a little more, or those with dragon blood in the village are acting a little more worried than normal. Because I thought if there was something like my plan was to have them meet with the elder dragon that's underneath the hot spring.
Yeah.
And him not explain what's going on, but mention things don't feel right in that particular direction. The implication was going to be that he, as an elder dragon, he can sense when things aren't right, and he's been around long enough. He just doesn't know what it is yet. But if he's feeling it, it's something to do with dragons.
Yeah.
Grandma didn't have to do much. Agartus didn't have to do much. There was mention of the Gnome Owners Association, and I did have a thing with Hans, saying, "What did you do, Grandma?" Think. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Just there was a little problem in the village, and they were bothering someone, and they paid the price for it, and I just, might have messed around a little. He just goes out, and you just hear, "Oh, so what?" Oh. The implication being, of course, that the hags turned them to stone and Grandma's just moved them into embarrassing positions again. But of course, no one caught on to the fact she's a vampire, because apparently the paladin doesn't know what vampires are. Even her fangs didn't give her away. Rose was fun, but then again, everyone else was doing the double entendres for me. Quite a few cream bun things. Also, I had Lillian reading the book about Fernando. I did have to explain the whole thing, Lillian's bit.
Yeah.
To try and do the whole, look, you are not going to fix her. No, you're not going to convince her at this point. It would take a very specific creature or race to do that, and that's maybe like a Warforged. So yeah, at the moment, Ross is an Aarakocra blood hunter.
Interesting choice.
Very, yes. Again, we haven't had an Aarakocra in the village for a long time.
That's when someone comments and says, "Yeah, they're delicious company." I mean, company, good company, good company.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Water. Well, I made some wraps for the wolves, so the wolves have got something that'll work quite nicely for them. Um, it's basically a collar that increases their um, unarmed attack. Um, oh, am I on my own? That's okay. Did you get kicked?
Yes, I did.
Uh,
That teach me to look at another tab.
yeah, I was just saying that I created a few. I created items for the wolves, so the wolves have got like collars that will
Oh, sweet.
increase their unarmed attack.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to say something ridiculous like, oh, yeah, we have collars now that have little robotic hands that allow them to fire the antimatter rifle.
No, you have to invent that yourself. That's what
I
artificers are
know,
called.
I know, I'm messing with you, you know it.
Or you have to give them little pilots.
We've been over this. My thing is a pugilist now.
Yeah. Extra points for someone who would actually be willing on stream to do a version of Wu Fei. Oh, a Centauran? A woman? Such an asshole, that guy. The increasing adventures of Wu Fei being a dickhead. That's what Gundam Wing seemed to be at that stage. How many times can Wu Fei be a dickhead in this period of time? Somehow he finds a way to make it worse every time.
Oh, Stop Killing Games movement pushes new bill for offline access rights worldwide. Nice.
But why would you want that? Surely you only want new games with new graphics and new stories and more woke agendas.
Okay, boomer. No, seriously though, there is a company that is like all that DEI shit, and they've had to lay off pretty much all their staff. I wonder why.
Wonder why? Is it because people think it's shite? Yes,
Well, they can't have that.
it's called voting with our feet,
Hmm.
and yes, we don't want it. Gamers want to have fun, you know, that thing called fun. It's not everything is about a ideology or a thing. It's but then again, these people won't believe that because that's what their lives are.
Well, that's the thing. They don't have anything, and they want to feel like. The problem is they want to be that whole. Oh, we're fighting for a change and things. The problem with these people generally is that when even if they do slay their dragon, they don't know what to do next. When there's nothing for them to fight, they don't have anything.
Mm. And
That's why I
there's
feel like
no There's no end to their enemies.
Well, that's the thing. They create so many of them, and again, it's been going on for a long time. Like, oh, we can't have fun with this or this. Like, look at how Kotaku treats things. Well, those people don't like the thing that they're reviewing or talking about.
Mm.
Like, they'll say something like Soul Calibur's like treatment of women is so outdated, or oh, look at this, it's got a ridiculous heterosexual relationship in, or it has this in it, and I don't like any of that. It's problematic. And these are the same people that write things about how we should be grateful for microtransactions, or oh, the best thing about Baldur's Gate is that you can fuck a bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're calling everyone else perverted degenerates and gooners, and yet they themselves, like, I've seen them do a whole thing when Resident Evil 9 came out. They spent years complaining about how Ada is dressed, the femme fatale character whose entire thing is wearing the red dress
Mm.
and flirting with Leon, because that's kind of how her entire thing works, but how they keep talking about Leon's ass. They're happy to sexualize men, and in some cases, with some of the writers there, children, in video games in really messed up ways, but you show a bit of thigh with a single female character.
Oh, filthy
Work.
gooner.
Yeah, exactly.
Filthy gooner. Can't believe you
Or
gooning.
my favorite one. Or my favorite one. When something fails badly, and then they're like, "Oh, this is everyone else's fault. You people didn't support it enough." Yeah, maybe some people don't want to. Like, I don't want to support, say, anything Assassin's Creed based. It's not my fault when it fails.
Mm.
I didn't want it in the first place because it wasn't really my thing. They're not. It's this whole, like I think I said a few months ago. They're not entitled to my money,
Yeah.
and people who make, unfortunately, are not entitled to success. That's not to say there aren't some good things that are out there that just don't see the light of day or don't do well when they should.
Mm.
There are loads of games that don't get that. Because I think the guy who made Half-Life at the moment's been going on about, he's been sounding very corporate lately.
Mm.
And people have just gone back at it and gone, somehow I've decided I don't suddenly want Half-Life 3 anymore if this guy's going to write it the way he is now.
Mm.
I think I saw a parody once where it shows a game studio once they hire DEI and HR department.
Mm.
And they keep demanding this game about, it's just a simple platforming game about some animal that hunts cheese, collects cheese. And they decide it's offensive to people who are lactose intolerant.
Mm.
And they change the game. They keep asking for all these stupid changes, and then when they keep asking reasonable questions about why they'd even bother doing this, they seem confused. And by the end, they've changed the entire game, so it's just a screen with a character in a wheelchair with an LGBT flag and a bunch of other things. Because now the character has to be in a wheelchair because people in wheelchairs can't jump on platforms, so that's offensive. Like, okay, but how are they supposed to play the game? Like, how is this meant to be fun? Game? Fun?
Fun? What's
Yeah,
that?
they don't know what. Well, that's the thing. I did see a meme. I'm sure Ollie would go, "Yeah, of course, someone like this wrote this." Is the thing say it's this study that says that people who are woke tend to be more depressed and prone to several mental illnesses. And then underneath it's got a bunch of people partying, and on top of it says turfs, racists, and everything else that's considered right wing, like enjoying themselves.
They may be monsters, but they know how to have a good time.
I mean, oh yeah, there's also the whole thing when they were what was another Kotaku thing. I don't know why I'm suddenly reminded of this. They were focused that they didn't like the Legend of Zelda games because they were too tough, but they liked the new stuff that you could get camera angles to look at Link's. or they were more focused on the sexualized art of Link as a femboy, because that's all they care about.
Mm.
And these people don't like fun.
Ah, fun. The use
No,
of
again, these
time
are the
in an
people.
unprofitable nonsense true
Yeah,
way.
these are the people again who saw Berserk and saw it was popular, and then actually read it and were screaming about how it needed to be cancelled and removed. And like, this thing's been in circulation since the 80s. It's kind of already there. I think I made a joke once going, when they reprogrammed RoboCop? That's the world they want.
Yeah,
That's the level of delusion they have.
yeah, that is basically it.
Yeah,
Where
when the guy
he's
makes that
where he's literally going insane because of the
it's when they
contradictory
make that,
rules and
when they make that sarcastic comment, and she takes it seriously, and
mm,
then he's not arresting people. He's just going
this isn't
wasting.
very nice.
He's not actually doing his job. Like he's literally at a shooting and he's just sitting in the car doing nothing, and then lecturing the children about, oh, your behaviour is bad. What example are you setting for your parents? And
Well,
then
the
tries to
mum and
shoot
dad
someone,
thing, yeah, who's
and then
smoking.
shoot someone for smoking.
Or he stops the kids from playing in the fire hydrant.
Yeah, like he's just
Waste
become.
waste makes haste for time is fleeting.
Yeah.
Because he starts getting
Or
his things muddled up because he's like, a rolling stone is worth two in a bush.
yeah, he's like, yeah, they're clearly programmed He's clearly been programmed by people who have no actual, either don't know what the fuck they're doing,
Oh no, you see how
or
many direct. If you watch very carefully, there's a moment where you see how many directives he has compared to originally he only had the 3 or 4 directives. He has 240.
and most of them are contradictory.
It's things like do not drive fast through puddles. Do not use harsh language. This you see him on screen for a little while, and it's like, because the guy looks at it, because he must be going out of his mind.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the thing is that I know the police right now are compared to this because they won't arrest. There's like these AI things that turn up on Facebook occasionally where it shows the police turning up, and they're getting upset that the person who broke into the house has broken his own hand attacking the person who owns the house rather than him breaking in, and arrest the guy for harming the person for breaking in and not offering him a biscuit.
Mm.
Or one where they arrest a guy because a guy broke in and the guy tied the guy up and defended himself. So they're arrested him. Well, you're taking away his rights and freedom, aren't you? He literally came in with a knife saying he's going to kill me and my wife and child. Yeah, and you didn't bother to help him with his mental health problem. No, we're just going to untie him. What are you doing? We're just untying him. No, sir, could you please stop stabbing him? No, I told you we'd do this. No, stop stabbing him, sir. Or,
That's
arresting
not
you for a
very
Facebook
polite.
tweet. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, arresting people for fake. That was the fun thing, when Keir Starmer was over in the States going, oh, we have freedom of speech. We've had that for a long time. And at the same time, he's arresting people, having people arrested for having opinions or criticizing the government.
Mm.
That's what totalitarian governments do.
Yeah.
God. I mean, I've had the Greens turn up at my door recently trying to convince me to vote for them. They don't seem to like me bringing up their manifesto when they say, oh, you should read the manifesto, though. You'll see what we're all about. I've read the manifesto and heard what your people like, and I don't want it. Well, what's wrong with it? You want to close all prisons. That's already a problem.
Mm.
You want to, let's see, you want to, oh yes, you had that group chat where you wanted to exterminate the Jews. Can't really approve of that. Oh, and every other batshit thing you've done.
Mm.
Mainly the children. Can't have that. Really believe that? Well, what do you believe then?
Yeah, if you don't believe what's in your manifesto, what do you actually believe?
Well, it's that, and they're like, oh, well, why would they do? Why would we be anti-Semitic? We have a Jew as a leader. Yes, you also have a co-leader who's a crazed Islamist scholar who's very, very, very much into the extermination of Jews and shouted jihadist stuff. You've also called for Hamas to be removed from the terror watch list, even though they are a terrorist organization. Yep, these are things I need to take into consideration when voting.
Yeah, these
I mean,
are what they
I'm
would
not going
refer
to.
to as problematic issues.
Well, yeah, there's also, the rule up here in Scotland generally is no one votes Labour and Conservative up here at all because the idea is that they are just branch offices of the English one.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be trusted. Reform, I don't think, are going to do well up here. I'm not really sure. We've got voting. Our voting is in May, so next month. So we'll see.
Mm.
I mean, they're still calling for Keir to quit because, he lied to Parliament. I'll believe it when I see it. The whole, he had honour, he'd step down. Yeah, well, he doesn't, so he's not going to.
Oh yeah,
It's as
he's in
simple as that.
power. He's in power. Why would he do that?
That's the thing people don't seem to understand is like, when you see, I keep seeing things going, this is going to be the end of his career. Like, it should be, but it's not going to be because he's got the power. He won't leave. The Conservatives did some bad shit as well, and they never stepped down
Yeah,
because they've got power. Why would they give it up?
exactly. Yeah, having the power
Oh,
means
yeah.
you don't need to give a shit what people think.
I mean, I just realised something. Since Grandma is basic, I was trying to explain Grandma's position in the village. Like, is she like the mayor? Is she like the president? What is that there? And I don't know how you describe what Grandma is to the village. Like, unofficially, I suppose you could call her the mayor or just like the town elder or whatever.
Yeah,
There's
she's
not really,
sort of she's
there's not
what they
really an
would.
elect.
Yeah, she would be like an emeritus leader. So it would be
Yeah,
someone who is retired but still holds a position of sort of, well, not authority. Well, yeah, it is basically authority.
his authority though. You know how Grandma is. Grandma is so free in terms of her personality and what she does that, yeah, she'll approve. She strikes me more as she will approve certain things, like say the building of the orphanage for kids and whatnot, or like that. And obviously things to look after the people in the village, like the responsibility of looking after everybody. But she's not going to sit in a stuffy office and do the paperwork. She's just approving stuff while enjoying the fruits of the village because it's not exactly a position she wanted. It's kind of the problem with having certain positions and starting a movement in general or starting a society is that eventually you will die and other people will take it over it, and some people will take claim to align with your thing and take it in a dramatically different direction.
Hmm.
Grandma is one of the few, is a being that has the unique thing of whatever vision she had for the village. She was there when it was formed and knows just what the point of the village was, so it's not going to be sullied by time or other people's interpretation because she was there. It's literally the
Hmm.
Aslan. It's literally the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe Aslan thing of "Don't lecture me on this. I was there when it was written."
The only time that Well, the only time that it would change would be during periods when she sleeps, because as a old vampire, she will start to. She'll basically old vampires become a little bit like Odin. They start to sort of sleep a bit more and rest more, and um.
The thing is, though, that The thing is that no matter what, Grandma does come back.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why we were
And the thing
joking
is that,
before about it, saying like, she woke up
and the
one
thing is,
day and they built something like Castlevania, and she was like, "What the hell is this?" It's like, "Oh, but you've been asleep for You've been asleep for hundreds of years. We thought you'd like it." She walks around it for a bit and then goes like, "It's going to be impossible to dust. It
can we
no.
downgrade?
Can we make it a little easier?" At which point, then you've got sort of
Because
thingy
when I was
going
doing the
like,
thing,
"I told you she wouldn't like it." Because she wakes up in a Strahd like crypt and is like, "What the
this is
hell?
dang.
I've got pet rats. When did I get pet rats?"
Because the way I've had Grandma's home in one shot, in the one or two one shots I've done, is Grandma has something like not quite a mansion or anything, like just a nice cottage or manor that's
Yeah,
there. Like 2 floors, quite a few rooms, looks nice, but that's about it. She's got
yeah.
the drawing room and whatnot where she can sit around and just chill.
Mm.
Then she's got her own little stool to get on the really nice chair. Nothing fancy, because to her, I just feel like she'd be like, don't want to have anything like the castle because it's got too many memories. It brings back too many bad memories.
Oh yeah, but she doesn't tell
Not
people
gonna,
that.
I'm,
It's
I'm not,
she'll
I'm
come up
not,
with an
yeah, yeah.
excuse.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Her internal logic is, I don't want a castle because I don't want to feel like I'm some ridiculous lord or baron and that whole lifestyle is behind me now. I don't want to live in a crypt because I don't want to feel like a monster. I just want a house that is just a home that I can live in, but is also fancy enough that it feels like I earned it.
Mm.
Like if I worked a job for 50 years and saved all my money and I got to build my dream house, kind of thing. Like it's just extravagant enough to know that, yeah, I'm old and I've had, and I have some degree of authority, but it's also nice enough that I can enjoy it.
Mm.
She probably has a nicer house than Hans does, but
Well,
she,
she's been
she takes
working
the
on
whole.
it longer, and
Also, the grandma thing is something that might as well live up to it, because you always have that nice grandma. Something might as well seem like I'm old enough to have earned it. I also sometimes have Morag as her attendant, just there.
yeah, Morag.
Mainly
Morag, I always tend to have her as being a bit like
like
Fernando
the
in that
straight.
regard. She doesn't age. She's the straight
Yeah,
one, the sort of the one who sometimes reminds. She doesn't need to remind her to be serious, but there are times when she will do, and it's
yeah.
like, and Grandma will
Well,
be a little bit like, "You don't
well, the
need to
thing
do
is,
that. Stop
well, I think,
forgetting."
well, I think grandma's. I think one of the other things I'd add to Morag and grandma's relationship is with the immortal thing. Grandma has Grandma has the torture of her immortality, in that she will live to see everybody else die.
Mm,
Like everybody else she loves will die. Hans will die. Her grandchildren will die long before she does.
mm.
And before then, very few people will know the real her, and Morag's probably going to be one of the only people that's still going to be around with her for the long run. Unless Hans becomes some kind of, god, some kind of god of motivation.
Very possible.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It would be an interesting twist if, in our world, the old pantheon passed and a new pantheons rose.
Well, we
Oh,
have done that.
I'm just saying that, we're using the Greeks right now, and Pyrrhus ascended to godhood. What pantheon? She's not the Greek pantheon, even though her powers are work by the same rules as the Greek. And she's from a world where
But
people became
but
became gods through.
it is very funny you mentioned that. I've already
Oh,
started writing something similar
oh God.
because you would never guess who Purin is technically replacing
Who?
Rhea.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah, think about
So,
well consider one weird thing that I've played out through the Centaurans, right?
oh God.
Motoro,
Yeah.
right, was one person with one
Yeah.
effectively deformity.
You call it deformity. I call it evolution.
No, but what I mean is,
I know
right,
what you mean. I
it
know what
would
you mean.
take it would take a very long time for that to have become something else, to become big enough to be a species. It would take, I mean, when you consider that, for example, mutants in X-Men and things, they were around for like 50 years, like before, the modern era.
Yeah.
It's taken thousands of years for them to become what they are. And
Yeah.
and it suddenly occurred to me, um, Purin might have accidentally started that off, even if it was just some little thing said, like, when Motoro was born, like Purin is there at the birth and is like, oh, it's so cute, he's so fun. Oh, I hope that he has a long and happy and prosperous life, not
So
realizing that
he's
she's actually
accidentally.
bestowed him with long life and, like fruitfulness, shall we say,
Oh God.
without realizing it, because that's,
She
because
doesn't.
of like some of
Yeah.
her power is going to be rabbit,
Yeah.
is going
Oh
to be
God.
Herringen, and she
Oh God.
doesn't even
Bless
know
one.
she's done it. Yeah, it's
Because
just
I've been
like
thinking
a
for a while.
fundamental part of her being.
It's because a part of me was thinking eventually we're going to probably do things set in the future and things like that. And I thought it'd be nice for certain characters to their stories are over, and it's going to suck to see them go in some way. So I don't know, some ascension of some kind
Yeah,
for some of them, like
mm,
Hans, Richter, even Brunhilde to some degree. Grandma's going to live well for as
for as
long.
long as
Well,
she wants to.
yeah, I was going to quote Helsing. Well, you'll probably live as long as you want to.
Mm, that's literally what I just said.
Yeah, exactly. The whole thing from the first mission where he's like, they say failing on your first mission is a sign that you'll live a long life. Though in
You'll
your
live
case, I
long.
think you'll live as long as you want you to.
Mm,
Oh God, but that me, yeah, Grandma, the Primordials will live for however long the power they have lasts at this point.
mm.
Jim Deadman, I'm sure will one day end up as a hologram, or he'll upgrade his technology to basically be a very miserable Jarvis. Uh, oh God, Richter becoming the god of the wake.
Well, Kai hasn't actually been a god that long, so that
Yeah.
he probably
Well, a
wouldn't be
god of
replacing him
I don't
anytime
know.
soon.
Oh God, no, no. You know who he can replace? Dionysus.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Oh, yeah, Dionysus. Yeah, him replacing Dionysus. Hans would probably replace. I don't know, Thor probably, or I don't think there aren't really that many positive gods. That's the problem.
He'd just be his own. He'd be his own man,
Yeah, I suppose.
his own.
Well, oh
Um,
god, he'd basically he'd be like he'd be his own god. I mean, probably his daughter. I mean, probably Topaz will become some kind of god of the sea, or goddess of the sea. Well, a goddess of the sea, Nux. I mean, Nux, I suppose, could ascend to become some kind of goblin god.
well, Rhea was a goblin god, effectively.
Oh, well, yeah, the goblin thing was more of a form she got at that point. So I suppose becoming the god of, because she embodied everything of what Rhea believed in and what Rhea was. So a
Mm.
maternal goddess would not be out of the question.
No,
Oh god, Rose as a god of freedom. They're like giving Rose some kind of godhood. I mean, all you'd have. I mean, but oh god, I just realised who Klee could replace. Hephaestus.
oh, no. Lee with intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Oh god, yes. Well, good Klee. Hell, El Toro could be. El Toro could just be a god of wrestling, a literal wrestling god.
Yes.
Oh god, he could be something wrestlers pray to. Oh god, that'd be a weird thing as well if somehow Motaro's power or whatever somehow connects his descendants in some way to Purin. I'm probably thinking too much into this, but if what you say is true and she's accidentally giving him a boon or blessing of some kind.
Well, the sisters think that the sisters and the brothers both think two different things about Motoro. The sisters think he was female, or they insinuate that Motoro was female.
Yeah, the brothers think he's male, which he was,
Yeah.
but yeah. Ugh, so many questions. Well, I've got to go pick up Nicole, so I'll probably be back in a. I'll probably be back in a bit. Good luck trying to invent. Invent. I don't know.
Better trains, stronger
Better,
trains,
yeah,
faster trains.
plane. I don't know, planes or some shit.
Well,
I'll
still
catch you later
hundreds
then.
of years from that.
Oh well, we'll get there. Catch you in a bit.
Yeah. Underneath here. Oh, you gotta be joking. Seems my headset didn't recharge properly, or my earbuds didn't recharge properly. So I might have to cut things a little short today. There we go. Goes around. Back. There we go. Right back to the start. second train on that route. And yet he said he is up to 6,795 people. I mean, I might have enough money to finish the waterway even. I don't remember how to do this. No, looks like we probably won't be able to. Because we have the object in the way. Because of these stupid hours. You could get rid of them. Hmm. pop earpiece. No, no, So look at the old profit graph on base. But we are a long way behind still. Most of it stuff seems to be trains and boats. 596 ships. Next wood train's on its way in. Okay, so 20 million. Well, I think we'll have a bit of an early end for today. I'm getting a bit tired. And we're on just shy of hour 51. So let's save it. Back up. And we will call it there. And say, if you're going to be around later, join us for Stardew Valley about 7:30. Bye for now.